Hi, hi.
Hello, everyone.
Yo. Marsh, thank you for the, what is it? 8 months? Jesus. Old. Great. Thanks. And hello, everybody. Welcome to YouTube Light of P. Focus stream, catch you next time. Thank you, and just sorry for starting just as you're stepping out. And Goose, you're always at work. Tuck it. We're playing again. I also forgot what the hell I was doing. I think I just beat the fire guy.
Yes, you did.
Let me turn this the game up. Well, maybe I should just turn it down because the game actually doesn't have very loud music behind.
Oh boy.
There we go. I'm only here for Draki. Hey, Draki's chilling. We out here.
I,
We're doing stuff.
I just feel like you're coming up on like the most annoying section.
Oh God! I've already had such a busy morning. I don't want to do this, man. I want to play the game. I don't want to do annoying stuff. Let me just check that I remember how to do this actually. Okay, B is roll. Alright. Chat, this is huge. I only have $2 in my account. I don't know if that's good. I don't actually think that's a good thing. Oh, fire kind of stuff. Oh no. Sub to trip mine has gone through? Yeah, maybe because you only have $2 in there. Ever considered getting more? Was it Trip My VT? I gotta catch one of his streams one day. Their streams? Also, I should maybe follow so that I can actually see when they're live. It'd help.
It might.
What the fuck? I didn't even do nothing that time.
Did you roll?
Nope. I jumped.
That would still do it.
Man! I wanted to support one of my friends doing 24-hour stream and forgot to check my bank account. Damn! It be like that sometimes though. German cool been streaming Pokemon Gacha and occasional Minecraft. Eee! Which Gacha? Was it while you were playing Genshin the other day? I guess you're always playing Genshin, huh? There's a lot of explosives. It'd be really nice to have a projectile right now. Alas. Oh, can you hit this? You hit the one? Can you hit this barrel for me? Throw it, throw it, throw it. Where the hell did that come from? Oh, there's another guy. What do you mean? Voice on Genshin? Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, we believe that. You hear the belief in my voice? Okay, you're not always on Genshin. You're on Genshin a lot. You know? Like, more than me. In saying that, I haven't played Genshin for ages. You played for 12 hours straight one time and that was your downfall. I have it installed now. I still have Infinity Nikki installed. Actually, I think I do have it installed. I don't think I have it updated. Like, at all. It's just a lie. We're mean? What the fuck? When is Worm Up coming back? I don't know how the hell you would combine Cup with Worm.
What?
I think Worm Up is the best. Wop. It's cause like it's like Worm Up, Wop, Perm.
Or
Kerm is bad.
just sounds a little bit bad.
Might sound like something else. Who's to say? Wop.
It sounds like a word that you use to avoid censorship.
Or a worm and a cup. That's a wop. Wop, Warren, and Woj. That's crazy. He's never gonna see this coming. Ah! He saw it coming! My ass! Yeah, explode, bitch! Ooh, shit! Why would you lock onto the barrel and not him? What the fuck? Ow. Ooh. We're doing well. Play Genshin, play with. I don't update Genshin. I don't even know how to update my Genshin because it's technically like it's on this PC, but it's on like a separate account. You know when you're signing into your computer, and there's like different users. It's on an entirely different user, and I also don't know the password to that one. Change this to that, and then yo. Woowa? Can you multiplayer in Woowa? The only like Hoyo game that I've watched recently is Triple Z because Chris is playing it. And by that I mean I was doing stuff in the background and he was playing it and he was like, I have pulls, and then I logged in, you know? And then I paid attention. Always here for the gamba. Triple Z is Gunner bait. Ill. It's funny, however. Funny little game. Also, Triple Z feels like the favorite child of Hoyo. So many grippers out. Oh my god, he was showing me one character that he was like, I don't want to pull for them. Who's like a blue-haired person? And their like ult animation apparently is just fucking feet. Oops. See? Probably see? I think there is only like one blue-haired person. The only knowledge I have of Triple Z is from watching other people play it and being like, what the hell is this? Although I was surprised because there was like a section which was like haste. What is it? I'm missing this word. Souls-like? You like go through rounds and then get cards or something, and then like that looked fun. But that also is like the mechanic of the type of game. So we speedrunning the game this stream, beating it all? No. No. I think if I was speedrunning the game, I'd be better at it. Oh. Fuck. Ooh. Yo. Ooh. Sometimes I hold B, but I simply don't run. Ooh. It hurts, it hurts, ah. Okay, there we go. Oh, an RGB Goose! Hi, hi. Yeah, Goose is at work. Hi, Tucky! Tell him off! Oh, so did you hit him? For me? For being mean in Helldivers? Yeah, beat him up. Not yet. Hey. I did say you could use it as an excuse whenever. I can add more ergo, can't I? I don't get why do they give you like the radiant or the shard thingies, whatever, if their only use is for turning it into ergo.
Because that way you can actually keep it on you, and you don't have to worry about losing it when you die.
Oh. Because I'm like, all I'm doing when I get here is changing it into ergo.
And there are other uses in the DLC.
Whoa,
Oh,
did
okay.
puppets do this?
Yeah. Whoa. We can go down there? Or is that where we just were? No, different place.
Yeah, different place.
Let me in! Oh, the door's on the other side. Woo! Woo! Ah! Who the hell is throwing things? Ah! Oh my god, can you decide to hit someone, please? Ooh. This game I love, this game I love, this game I love, this game. How do I get that guy? Ladder. Oh, the
No,
stairs.
but there's a rat.
Yep, you know, those do help as well. Would you rather have $1 billion or become a Spinosaurus with your best friend 95 million? $1 billion?
That is such a stupid question. There is no one who's not going to take the $1 billion.
I also hate dinosaurs. What would you do as a Spinosaurus?
Probably get eaten.
What's your ideal Spinosaurus like day to day look like? What's wrong with you, be a dino? I don't like dinosaurs. Oh, butterfly? Two of them? Ah! Yeah. That feels like grave robbing. Eat things vibe, eat more things.
Archaeology.
No. Minor grave robbing.
No, it's archaeology.
It's what?
Archaeology.
Archaeology? I don't think these graves are old enough for it to be archaeology.
They aren't, probably. Actually, they might be.
Can jump this.
Because there aren't exactly any graves for the people during this crisis. And it doesn't exactly tell you how old they are, so.
Coming off assumptions. Bit over there. Why was there a health bar? Something down there? I didn't see anything down there.
I didn't either.
I saw a health bar pop up. Oh wait, there they are. What the fuck? Where did you come from? Anyway.
If I had to guess, he probably fell down.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe when I jumped the bridge. Wonder if they were chasing me.
Might have been.
Would have been funny. Bye bye! Just jump off. They're like, what the fuck? Got to do my commissions. You have commissions? What the hell? Wait, what commissions? Where? Where are they? How didn't I know about this? Here, come back! No BRB! Come the fuck back! What commissions? Ah, never mind. Yeah, go do your Genshin commissions. Have fun. Bye bye. Ooh, there's more of them. Ow. Replan anything for you, so maybe an actual commission? Oh! Better not. If your plans do ultimately fail, you could also just give me like a pack of gum or something. I will take food bribes. He's open, thank God. That is such an easy way to trap a gamer. I just put shiny thing, ooh, goes in there, closes door, fuck.
It really is the perfect trap for a gamer.
Damn you, invisible wall! Moving on. There's like secrets behind the building up. More grave robin? Is that a rat? Oh, that's a person. Never mind. Vaguely rat shaped. I don't know what to say. Ah! You gonna fight me?
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore. The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there never returned. I still don't know what happened, but I do know this. The cathedral is off limits. Forever. If you're determined to pass, you must prove your identity. Who are you? Are you a stalker?
I don't want to be a stalker. Do I want to be a stalker? What's a stalker? You know.
Yes, you do.
You've been warned, child. I am a sinner who could not save the ones I loved. If I let you go up there, that will only compound
Well,
my
now
sin.
you have to fight her.
Even if it hurts,
Ah!
persevere, my child. Having only one leg and one arm should curb your curiosity.
Being a stalker sounds bad!
Only the worthy may pass.
I want to be a stalker. What the hell? Oh my god, she's running after me.
The stalkers are basically bounty hunters.
Uh-huh.
And that was also a lie you could have told to get a good ending.
Oh shit.
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
What if I save stuff? What if I...
It won't matter.
Huh? I can't go back to a previous save?
I don't think so. I never found a way. As far as I know, you save when you hit.
You'll soon find out.
As soon as you make an choice, you save.
Woo!
Your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
I do not wish to witness more death. You're killing me! You are the death! Oh, goodbye. Oh shit.
You should thank me, child. Up there.
What the hell? If I'm not happy with it, you won't get it. God damn. Man. Do you have any pets? I have 2 dogs and a lot of fish.
I have
dogs-
3 cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 cats.
Cute. Well, my dogs are named Ryan Pika. And the fish are unnamed. So there's a lot of them.
That's fair. You should just name the favorite.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So that's how that guy... Oh, down here. That's how I am down here. Huh. I'll climb ladders though. With 2 cats? Yeah! He shows them to us. Oh, wait. Let's see if I can do this actually. If I can get back across!
You appear to have missed.
You think? We go. I feel like I should be able to.
You can. You just missed.
No, go to a previous save. I don't do this here.
Can you go up to a previous save in Dark Souls?
Maybe?
Because that is essentially what you're trying to do.
Never played Doc. I don't know. Maybe not.
I love that the only way I can compare a game is to a game I've never played and to a game that you've apparently never played.
I don't remember if I played Dark Souls. apparently I have played a lot, but most of the stuff I played when I was younger, I played it with my sister. So for me it was just like random thing, random game with sibling fun, ha 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 ha, you know.
Fair enough.
Because sometimes we're talking and I'm like, sorry, I'm like, I've never played this game, and she's like, we literally played it together. I was like, did we? She's like, it's the pirate one. I was like, oh, oh. Ow. I wish the healing leveled up. I guess it's because we have more of it, but also I'm like, I wish
You
it
can.
did more of my health.
It can.
Mm.
You can level that up.
Only the worthy may pass.
Goodbye.
You'll soon find out.
Ugh.
Falling down here is
Ugh.
better than devouring terror above.
I was dodging. Oh. That is an attack. That is an interesting. Ew.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
Ow. Ah.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more.
Oh, I'm bad at this.
You should thank me, child.
Ah.
There.
I don't know if I should dodge more. I should probably get better at parrying. But then I parry and then she decays me. I'm like, fuck, I thought you were gonna hit with your thing. At least I can kind of farm Ergo by doing this, I guess.
Yeah.
I just have to make sure I pick it up at the end. Where's that? Oh, so he doesn't break the bridge? What the fuck? Bullshit. Alright, let's go. At least I know where they spawn now. I'm actually on full health this time.
Child, only
lock on her, and then we run away.
Run away!
You'll soon find
Ooh.
out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
Oh god. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, nope, nope, nope. I'm out. I'm out. Ow.
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
Ah, I thought she was done. Ow.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
Oh, I'm trying to get behind her, actually, so I can do like a stab it.
Backstab.
I did manage to get behind her before.
I was wondering if you had remembered about that.
It's actually harder when my camera's locked on.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
Okay. This is fine, this is fine.
You'll soon find out.
What the hell?
Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
Ooh, bad. Maybe I'll just do pick damage.
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring.
I was
terror
literally
above.
running away! Can you please run when I hold B? Ooh! 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 Ugh! Ow! Thank God!
I love that if you get far enough away, she'll just start walking back like, oh, guess I'll get killed then.
Hmm. I was down the stairs before though, and she was like, alright, I'm just gonna follow you.
That is because she probably attacked you right before the stairs.
Hmm.
So if the attack takes her past the boundary, she'll follow you further.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway.
Wow.
Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope
This
your
is cool.
preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating. Back in the day, the only way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, St. Frangelico. I kid. Frangelica, wonderful saint, wonderful. Anyway, next stop, the Bridge of Atonement. While you atone there, don't miss a magnificent view of beautiful Krot. It's been my pleasure, friends, and enjoy the rest of your journey. I've been your captain on this ride, Gemini! Well, not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this. When in doubt, let Gemini be your guide. You look annoyed. What I do? I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on, pal.
It's so fucking funny.
Oh, something's off. Do you see that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected, but what is that?
What is what? What are we looking at? I see a building. Gemini, what are you talking about?
You'll see.
Sure I will. I'm concerned about it. Ugh! Ah! Cutscene! Ah! Ew! Oh my god, I don't want to fight that.
No idea what those
And
things
now
are,
you
pal.
know.
Approach with caution.
If it starts running at me, I'm gonna scream. No. Gross. Here. This is horrible.
Glad you agree. Fucking hated this section. This isn't even the worst part.
I think there's one tweaking in the distance. It looks so weird. Ugh. Gross. God. I didn't sign up for a zombie game. What is this? Ugh. I stand up. Okay. Oh, that one stood up. Running away. I don't want to get hit by it. It looks nasty. I feel like if my character gets hit by it, I gotta go take a shower later, you know, like, ugh.
Also, something I noticed while playing my last game. If you kill stuff enough, you'll get blood covered in your hair. Like, I thought it was just the suits, but your hair will radiate.
Ah. Fun.
I thought that was a pretty cool detail.
Bridges and breaking. I hate these bridges when they break. Goddamn bridges.
To be fair, does that look sturdy to you?
Well, it doesn't exist anymore, so I guess not. Ew, they're so gross. I gotta say, at least they have like normal proportions. I don't know if that makes it worse or better. You know, games where they have like weird proportions, so you're like, that's a monster. These just look like guys. These just look like messed up guys.
I can't wait.
Is the boss like this? Ah.
The boss is much worse.
Is this branch here for? Where are you going?
Can't wait for you to eat your words because of what you said.
Hey, if the boss has like weird proportions, then I can deal with it. I've played Elden Ring. You know, they got some strange looking guys in that. This?
You're still gonna eat your words for it. Wait. Bop, 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 bop.
What is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered.
It's the decay.
I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours
Not the
open.
decay.
Ooh. Ugh. I hate how the like skin on its head is flapping about.
What, you don't like the rose head?
The rose head? Anything about that screaming a rose to you?
The way that it split open like a rose petal?
Gross. Weeklies are done. A nice. Just in time too. Or not. When is reset? 1 p.m. I'm going this way. That seems like continuation. Never mind, I'm going that way. Anything? Open door! Open door!
Time for you to eat your words.
What if I went the other way? Reset? Already reset. Huh? Monday reset. I thought the Monday reset was at like 1 or 2.
Next time you die, because you're going to die, look at the loading bar.
What the fuck is this? Okay.
Mercy, I beg you, don't kill me. I thought you were from the organization.
12 a.m. Sunday.
Never mind. My name is Janjo. I'm an a pharmacist. Yes, pharmacist. I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit. I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread. I have the petrification disease and I need a cure. Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous. Read this. It'll explain things faster than I can.
Ooh, lore. Nope, this one. Oh! Wait, I was thinking about Genshin. And in my Genshin, I'm on the EU server, so it's at like 1 p.m. Wait, what was it? This one? It's not material? What?
Are you looking for the thing?
Yeah.
Are you looking for the cube or the document?
The document. He gave me a cube?
No.
One of these? That's the
Yes.
prayer that I
It
got
would
just
be
now.
I believe it's yeah, I believe it's the one next to Moonlight Town guy.
On a shining tree on a rocky mountain, the tree's fruit resemble gold coins, and this fruit is a miraculous blessing.
I said next to.
You said next to Moonlight Guide. This is the one next to Moonlight Guide.
That is correct. But you read Moonlight down the guide.
No!
Yeah,
Stream
you did.
delay.
Yes.
I was looking at Moonlight Guide when you said it's the one next to Moonlight Guide. Now I'm over here.
Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Bop, 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 bop.
Many people who have recovered from different diseases and who have been able to escape the plague, the elated king built a castle and called himself the Holy Knight. But remember, Sidronis, miracles always have a price, no matter how captivating they may be. That actually explains nothing,
Many
guy.
substances can be poisonous. The precise dose is what separates
He didn't
medicine
say that,
from
it would
poison.
explain it well, just better than
The
he
gold
could.
coin fruit might just be a myth. But in the midst
Which
of
means
an
that he
epidemic, it might be
really
our
sucks at
salvation.
explaining.
Can you let me know if you find it? I'll give you this by way of payment.
Why are you on EU? Don't worry about it. Oh, now I have the cube. You rise up and look after the land of God. Oh, never mind. I didn't read fast enough and now it's gone. Here you go. And the angel spreads its wings and embraces the saint, and the old is forgotten. I'm only on EU for Genshin. It's fine. If I start Wua and there is multiplayer, then I'll do the Asia server.
I'm headed to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. You can find me there if you need me.
Okay, don't die. Very bad things over there. Very bad things over there. Like super bad. You don't want to know.
I love how long you avoided going through the door.
I'm trying to see if I can parkour. Nope, never mind. How come I can't get across there? There is a like a tree branch that's going across them. Never mind. Ooh, it does have multiplayer? What is the multiplayer in it like? If you know. Because in Genshin it makes sense to me because you're running around in like an open world. So then the multiplayer is people running around. But this one is like...
Okay, Thorn.
Hmm?
Were you asking why you couldn't get swing on a tree branch?
No, I wanted to get, like, I thought there was a path over there. Because there was a branch growing across the thing. It looked like a bridge.
Okay, I thought you were asking why you couldn't just do some parkour and swing on a branch. I'm like, do you have any idea how fucking heavy you are?
Apparently really heavy because every single fucking bridge is breaking.
You are a puppet made entirely out of metal. And you are human-sized.
Why would you do that to me, game? Gross. Fucking attacking me in a cutscene?
I find that so funny. Because that has never once happened to me. In all 7 of my playthroughs, it never happened once.
It's disgusting.
You got some seriously bad RNG.
That's why as soon as the cutscene ends, I'm like, give me control, give me control, give me control. Like, where they do like a little fade off, and they're like, wow, look at the distance, wow, like ooh, and I'm like, give me back my player controls. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I did say that you'd regret the words.
See, this guy's not too bad anymore, right? Because now I'm like, oh, it's a monster. It's not disgusting body horror.
Gotcha. Then I'll just wait for the next disgusting creature.
Sounds good. Ooh. Bye.
Who the fuck is that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that. I'm doing scrolling YouTube. Fucking worst article I've ever seen in my life came up.
Uh-huh.
Apparently there is an article out because journalists in America are fucking bought and propaganda pushing. Same as the media.
Interesting. Ooh.
Yeah, it's why most people that actually have a brain avoid the media entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Because almost all of it is propaganda. And everyone fucking hates it. But this article is talking about how a certain action could be good.
Huh? Is using decay against the decay guys good? I feel like maybe no.
That would not be very effective. That would be the same as just hitting them and giving them blood.
Yeah. I don't know what I can put here that would be useful.
I will tell you, this game works on a Pokemon type system.
Huh. What's good against acid? Fire? Murdoch! Hi. I am not stinky, I showered.
Acid is good against people, fire is good against acid, and electricity is good against puppets.
That's a weird Pokemon element system.
It's the homicidal Pokemon system.
Mm-hmm. Don't I have a firearm?
Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
Isn't it the one that shoots stuff?
Did you make a firearm?
I don't know. I don't think I've made any of these arms. They've just kind of been given to me.
You have. You had to go get materials and bring it to the workshop lady.
Yeah, but that was a quest. That means it was given to me.
Which means that this last one, or the fire one, you have not made. Yep. Oh. However, you can make it because you killed the fire guy.
Using a cube uses up bush stone, but it recharges in storage when you revive or resist stargazer. Okay.
Okay. I've got to clarify that because it says it in a misleading way. You have to get more of the witch stones. They are one-time use, but they will anytime you go to the thing. If you have more witch stones in storage, it will refill.
Oh.
Like I said, that was in a misleading way because it read as if it would just recharge.
And I have to equip the...
Yep, you only get one of the types.
No, I have to
You
equip
will...
the cube?
Yeah. Same way you'd equip the healing item.
Okay.
Soren, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Ugh, that doesn't sound good.
What? I can't hear anything because I don't want to hear my voice.
There's a loopy sound. Ugh! What the fuck is that?
Well, that was pointless.
Wait, can I get down there?
Yeah. Do not try and jump down the hole, though.
The hell did that thing go? Oh, it's so bright down there. Okay, no, there's a ramp going down. I don't want to go down after. Gross. Are these also one-time use?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait. Are you asking about the abrasives that you set your weapon on fire with?
Mm-hmm.
Then yes.
Oops.
Each one is one-time use unless you have more of them in your inventory.
So yeah, it's one-time use. See what's over here first. I thought that guy said he was gonna. He's like, if you need me, I'll be in here. Dude, there's bad things in here.
I also love that you haven't turned back on your lantern.
More important things in my inventory for survival. Ignore the fact that I've never used them before.
It doesn't actually matter if it's in your inventory. You can go to your equipment and just press on the lantern and use it straight from there.
So it doesn't have. I don't have to equip it then.
No.
Yeah.
I said you just haven't turned it on.
I mean on.
A lantern's not much good unless it's providing light.
Where?
Okay, go into your equipment.
I thought you were talking about the
Leave the thing that you're in right now. You're trying to equip it right now. Don't do that. go up to. In your bag.
In my bag.
Now go to the lantern, which is at the top. And you can just use the lamp from there. Just press A or whatever your equivalent is.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That because the lantern's the only way you can find certain secrets.
Yep.
Secrets. Fucking hate when that happens.
Also, it's a lamp, not a lantern.
I said lamp the last time. Yay.
I hate how things are whispering in here to me.
You know what? I'm overriding your decision. I asked you yes or no, and you said no, but I'm overriding that because I'm hungry.
Oh, I don't even know what I said yes or no to.
You decided I wouldn't eat.
Go eat then.
I am. I have to tag on the food. I'm making hamburger helper.
Hey, nice.
It's even better because I only have a bacon hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
Just a heads up, I can no longer see you, so I cannot help you in any way.
It's all good.
Unless you stream via Discord, which I do not think you'll be able to do, considering how shit your Wi-Fi was last time.
Actually, it's pretty good right now. How do I get over there? Oh. 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 That is terrifying. Oh my god, I hate these guys so much.
You finally find the worst designed guy. The fat guy that throws shit at you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, goodbye. There in fact is a gap in the floor. Oh! But my guy is here now. Nice. How did you get in?
Gold coin trees are said to blossom when plague stalks the land. Perhaps they've already bloomed somewhere in Krot. The people of ancient Krot knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. They claimed special powers after distilling the wish into a cube made from a meteorite. It's said to react to someone who has ergo and grant them special power. Temporarily. Maybe you'll find a star to wish on, Stalker. And if you do, I hope this cube helps you with that. Gold coin trees?
Where did I get a wish from? Can you give it to me? Hold on. Can you do your best crabby sound from Pokemon? You can look it up to listen to it. Maybe? Hold on. I don't know if this is gonna break things. Ooh. crabby sound Pokemon. Is that the right sound?
Imagine being able to build an app with
Ah! Look at that! From the anime. I have Krabby evolves. Wait. Krabby evolves into Kingler. Krabby Cry Pokemon. Pokemon Krabby Cry instant sound effect. Krabby Cry Pokemon. Is that the right one? Yeah, that one. Is it just saying cookie? All the all of the comments are cookie, cookie, cookie. Cookie, cookie, cookie. Huh? Cookie. Someone make weird sounds, man. I like, what was that one? The French Star You? I think I kept on seeing it on TikTok. Perfect 10 out of 10. Thank you, thank you. I try my best. Okay, now where did I die? I'm seeing French plus mine, and I feel like all of the French voices are just a bit sus. That's why it's the language of romance, I guess. What did I... Isn't it like right here? Unless it put my ergo up there. It did. Fuck. Man. Ay. I don't go through this again, get my stuff. Oh, it's so gross. Okay, just tank. Whatever, it's fine. Would send a video but can't play on stream because Yup. They be like that. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go that way. I'll go down here first. You goddamn. What you can look up is probably the most controversial new Mega Evolution. Isn't it the Sprout? What his name is. But they're releasing a bunch of Mega Evolutions right now, aren't they? Weepin' Bell, I think. One who's choking himself. Ah, Mega Scrafty. The design and the fact it's super effective against dark types makes more sense once you see it. Ooh, okay. Am I supposed to parkour this? I don't think this game has good enough controls for or down there, maybe. The hell? Where am I going? Cathedral, this area sucks ass. Midori's where I feel like I have to go that way, right? That way and then down in the hole. Kill that person? Okay, I'll check it out in a second. Oh, maybe I was supposed to dodge that. I don't know. Am I? The bit that I absolutely don't want to do is like fall because I am attacking someone. Can I get over there? To jump over there? This sucks. Jump on the boxes. I am not jumping on the boxes. I don't think I can get over there. I need to find a way to make that go the other way, I think.
Apparently, I will not be making hamburger helper.
Why not?
Fucking hamburger I put it in a few nights ago didn't thaw.
Oh! It's weird.
So that they do not roll off the iron.
Ugh. This sucks. This bit of the cathedral is the worst part of the game. Thank God, bro.
That is correct. I told you this is the most annoying part. Luckily, once you get far enough, you will get a shortcut, so.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I could have skipped this entire area, then just gone down the hole.
You could not, but that is in fact the shortcut.
Hmm.
Assuming you're talking about the same thing I am.
Maybe. Where is this? Where am I? Oh. It only gets better from here! Yay! Oh! Ow. interesting place. Ooh, Jesus. I just wait for them to run this way. Yeah, come over here. Woo! And then die, and then I can go deal with the other dude. Nice. I hate their whispering. The sounds, bro, the sounds. What is this? The Archbishop is dead. Those who are still alive must flee from the dead. Goddamn zombies. Do you still use Discord light mode? On my phone I do.
Good.
Good.
Night mode and theory mode. Oh, fuck.
I usually change depending on what I'm doing. Criminal, both of you. I'm like, if I am working on documents and stuff and everything else is white, because it's like a Google page and it's white, my Discord is gonna be white so that I can see. I don't have to strain my eyes. And then like if I'm doing art where the page I'm on is dark, I'm gonna use dark mode. You know? Like, because it doesn't have adaptive brightness or anything. Ooh, yes, swap directions. I have everything dark mode 24/7. Aww. I don't think I could do that.
I also have dark mode 24/7.
Okay, is there anywhere I'm missing? Don't think so.
Don't you just love when you order a pizza and the person decides that they know better?
Huh?
I asked my mom to buy a 3-meat pizza, right? Because she was the one placing the orders. And apparently she got meat lovers, which has ham on it, which I don't like.
Oh. Interesting.
So now I have to eat an entire meat lover pizza by myself. Fucking hate when this happens. Wait, why is Marshall calling me? Yeah, criminal. I use dark mode, not light mode.
You said light mode earlier.
Oh, I had thought he had said night mode.
Can you come through that door? Oh my god,
you.
move! Let me just waddle out here. Sorry, 1 second.
Waddle.
One moment, guy. Let me just Yep.
You know the duck song.
Maybe.
Duck walked up to a lemonade stand. He said to the man, "Don't understand. Hey, got any grapes?"
Oh, yeah. Sorry. In my brain, you said duck song. I was like, the fuck is that?
Fair enough.
Funny thing, I can remember what Chris looks like more than you for some reason, even though I saw his face maybe once. It's a very distinctive face. I don't doubt it. I don't know what much to say about my face. I just look Asian. I am.
Just some eight. I thought you were Australian.
Nationality wise, yeah.
Ah, okay, that makes more sense.
He also looks and sounds like a Chris. That's so funny.
I love how we can associate looks and sounds to a name, and everyone understands it.
Yep.
I'm surprised I haven't seen you try to cheese in any of the fights.
I kind of did before.
Which fight?
Random enemies.
Gotcha.
I think there was a lady that I just like threw stuff at until she died. Is this cheesing? I don't know how else I can cheese things. I don't have projectiles.
You can just have him run at you, and he can't go through the door.
Yeah.
He's too much of a fat ass to get through the door.
Yep.
Igris is like, Soren, I have a great idea. Don't get hit. Stupid fucking tree, get off me.
Oh, he went to the other side of the door.
That's slightly problematic.
Yeah, it's fine. Back to the door.
I think the game underestimates how much patience some players have.
If it's funny, it's funny. It's funny, it's fun.
Yes, vampire. Are you trying to gargoyle?
I got hit through the door.
Impressive.
No, like I got hit, and then the hit pushed me through the door.
I know, that's why I said impressive. Bop, 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 bop.
Now, what is the point of a roll if it doesn't roll far enough for me to be out of danger?
That's a roses. I walked into my kitchen. There's this loud buzzing.
Uh-huh.
It's not here. But
Oh. I feel like there shouldn't be loud buzzing.
it really shouldn't be.
I got quartz! Hell yeah.
Even your thinking of saying it.
Worth it.
You now actually make your healing do shit.
That means I have to go level stuff up. Is there anything up there? Or I just get squished? Yo! Thank you. Okay, Pedro. Nice. Plug. Need to craft Legion arms, which can be done in the Venigi craft machine. Use Legion calibers to modify Legion arm. See, I haven't made an arm before because I only just got the thing to do it.
Fair. But yeah, if you need to remember how to pronounce his name, it's Vin double knee.
It's Venini. Yeah, the G doesn't exist.
It's French. The French don't exist.
I think it's funny to have the G be pronounced solely because of in the beginning in the beginning
in the beginning
in the beginning, you know,
in the beginning.
So it's like in the beginning the beginning. In the beginning. Yeah. You get it.
In the beginning. I stopped myself before that Freudian slip.
Almost messed up that one.
It would have been funny, but I would not be able to stay afterwards.
I gotta leave. I gotta take a shower. We're gonna think about this. Can you just go like this way? No. Ugh! Why does it look parkourable if it's not parkourable?
Which part?
The hole.
Which there are a lot of holes.
If this was Dark Souls, it would have let me.
I love it because depending on the hole you're talking about, it's entirely impossible that you just sunk.
I slid off an invisible wall.
Oh yeah, no.
See? Because it's like as you go here, and then you go to that one, and then you go to that one over there, then you go down there, and then you keep going all the way down.
This game's essentially a straight line.
Ugh. Oh, I'm blind then, because I don't know what it...
How did you do this? Yeah.
The wind and the trees blowing outside. How did I do what?
Up the island.
Oh, your cat. What the fuck?
I know me too.
So certain as well. No. I didn't fall, I slid.
How did you get your fat ass up here so quietly? Explain yourself. Okay, Soren. My island is about waist height, right?
Uh-huh.
This cat got up to that silently, and she's about 18 pounds.
Uh-huh. I did have that one.
And I have never once seen her jump higher than my knee.
Parkour. Inspired by this goddamn cathedral.
Oh, you found the shortcut.
Yeah, I already activated it. I don't know where to go after. Where am I going?
In the beginning.
In the beginning.
In the beginning.
Oh, am I going over there? Have I been over there? Where have I been? Where am I? What's happening? Didn't I come from this direction?
Possibly.
Eh? Where am I going? Oh, there's a door here. Blind as fuck. One of yous are alive. None. Okay. Why are they on the floor if they're dead? I'm so scared that like one will just like stand up and hit me. Because it's happened multiple times, and now there's a bunch of them on the floor. I'm like, you better not. Twitch a muscle and I start stabbing. Ooh, I got a little stargazer down here.
Archbishop Andreas once told me, always be true to myself.
Whoa. More thermite. Who was told? Oh, hello.
I'm surprised to see who's, well, alive.
She doesn't look very much alive.
Oh, where are my manners? I'm Cecile, and I serve the Archbishop.
To be fair, most of
I'm
the
only
humans
one
don't.
left. Everyone's dead. From the petrification disease, or from the monsters. I didn't die. But my heart breaks more each day. Can you do me a kindness? Bring me the holy mark from the
Dude, did you know?
Archbishop's
You should,
quarters.
Cecile, you should go join the
Archbishop was
guy
a true
upstairs.
saint. He was my savior. If I
The guy up-
There's a dude upstairs who's also
maybe
alive.
it'll give me the strength to carry on.
Oh, you found the adventure,
can't
the
die.
treasure hunter.
Yeah, he gave me the cube.
Perhaps this can help me
Oh,
live again.
no. You didn't find the
Please.
treasure hunter.
Nope.
Bring me
I
the
found a
holy
guy,
mark
he gave me a cube,
as quickly as you can.
and then he was like, I'll meet you in the cathedral. And then he was in the
I know,
cathedral.
I told you about the cube.
Yeah. He's upstairs.
I thought you were talking about the, fucking words, yeah, that guy.
That was a lady.
Treasure hunter. That's the word I was looking for. Fucking hate that guy.
Why?
Spoiler reasons.
What did he do to you? You don't want to know.
Again, the spoiler reason that I had to encounter 7 times.
Nah.
8 times.
Nah. Any ladders here? Any cool
No
library ladders?
No ladders.
Libraries are so cool when they have ladders.
They are.
Time to go this way.
Fuck off. This flea won't leave me the fuck alone. Next time I see you, I'm drowning you in air. Okay, that's a threat I made. I am drowning you in oxygen.
The other side.
I wonder if that is possible. I mean, theoretically it is.
Probably.
Then again, I guess that would just be suffocation.
You can dry drown if you drink too much water.
Yes, but I said in oxygen.
You can't be in the oxygen. You can be in the air and dry drown if you drink too much water.
Yes, but that's not drowning in oxygen. That's drowning
Yes, it
in water
is.
while surrounded by oxygen.
Nope.
Yes, Sylvester, you are not getting my pizza. Why are my cats being such assholes? That's a stupid question.
I always ask this. I don't know if I like these things happening above me.
On the plus side, you don't have to worry about doing an annoying fun part again.
True. This is why the cathedral is built and remembered. Pilgrims worship the merciful angel. That one's got no wings. What? Where are you attacking? I love this game, I love this game, I love this game. What did they say would happen if my decay gets full? Or what is the
It slowly lowers your health and very quickly lowers the durability of your weapons.
Ah, okay.
To the point that usually it will break if you do not just constantly grind to stone it.
Ugh, hate that guy. I must do the health really slowly then, because I don't really see an effect when I aid. Ah! I can't use the library that sucks. What the hell? Dude. The library ladder? They're so sick. Lurk, go back to my Mr. Feet video. Alright, have fun. I'm looking at you with concern and judgment.
I am judging you harshly. And extensively.
Don't no, I'm not questioning. I'm judging.
I said judging.
I'm replying to the comments. It's chat. Judging why? You know why. Ooh. Safe. Then we really just ripped that off. He just plays Genshin. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, what was his name again?
We believe you. Don't worry.
I don't blame him. Don't drag me into this.
That was complete sarcasm, and I made it blatant.
Ooh. Well, the acid is weak to fire. Yeah, look at that. Wait, what is this? If there was a elevator over there. That's some tripping. Where the hell was the elevator? Over here. This is my shortcut. Mr. Feet. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Go enjoy your Mr. Feet video, Marsh. Yeah.
Damn it! I can't find the way out. Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave.
Oh, is this the adventure guy? You want a way out? Because I did just clear everything.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound mind here. Sure I don't need to introduce myself? Note these golden wings? Yes, you guessed it.
Hold on. He spent like a week and a half playing all of Genshin main Archon quest up to Nathalan without a HUD, and only his own knowledge of where to go. Damn, okay. I'm like, I know where to go. If it's... Unless it's like one of those random ones that are in the middle of nowhere. Alright, have fun watching. Bye bye.
You don't know who I am. Preposterous!
My cat is
Everyone
enjoying
in
your
Krat
voice.
has heard of me. Do you live under a rock? I'm Alidoro.
Your cat likes
the
Australian accents?
treasure hunter
He
extraordinaire.
has good taste.
Nice.
Yes, it's a nickname. I ditched my real name in the past.
He's just
I'm
sitting
looking
next
for
to my
other
phone staring.
Survivors of this disaster,
Cute.
but it's been a lonely search. And
I would say take a
there's
picture, but
danger
then you'd
around
have to
every
move your
corner.
phone.
Do you know of
Yeah.
a place where I can take refuge? Preferably someplace clean and comfortable, you know, civilized. Oh,
Telkrat. Of course. A haven for all. And it's still safe and sound.
Yeah, it is.
I have a lot of searching ahead of me, so why don't I lighten my load? Consider this an act of charity. A thank you gift.
He's got
Take it.
weapons from the other guys. More fire abrasive. Let's go.
Since you're so helpful, I'll give you a peek at my collection. Show me what you're worthy of.
Ooh. In exchange for rare or go for precious weapons. Oh, this is the guy I can get things. Great sword, dagger. I don't know if I want a great sword. They're slow, aren't they? Maybe the dagger. Enables dodging even with low stamina. Ooh. Fuck. Perfect guard. I'm so bad at perfect guard. Okay. Cannot disassemble though. Oh, none of these can disassemble.
Yep, boss weapons can't.
I'm coming to realize that right now as I am reading it.
I am now extremely pissed.
Ah, what happened?
Someone poked a hole in the hamburger package.
What? The hell? Why?
No idea.
So it's been defrosting open?
Yep.
I mean, is the hole in the top or the bottom?
No idea. I only realized after I had put it in some cold water to thaw it out.
That's not too bad.
All of the juices and blood have leaked out because it was in water.
Gotta wash it.
Still doesn't change the fact that it's pissed me off.
As a descendant of aristocrats,
Anyways,
the very
I've
best
eaten,
family,
so I am
have
back.
a duty to the common
Nice.
people.
Welcome.
I live my life fulfilling that duty. And part of that duty is ensuring these items are returned to their rightful owners. What I'm showing you is just a portion of the collection.
What the hell
If
is
you come to
hamburger
the
helper, by the
refuge,
way?
we'll be able to continue our confabulation.
Macaroni and cheese with
Until then,
hamburger are made
remember
in.
this hound. where the
Oh.
golden wings shine.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. Seen
Pretty
it
common
anywhere.
here.
Probably an American thing.
Yeah. I never knew the name for it, but I've made it a few times.
Yeah. So it's just mac and cheese with mince in it.
I'm assuming so. I've never heard it called mince though.
Like ground meat?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
kind of. I have never once heard anyone call it mince.
Minced
So-
meat, ground meat, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting, interesting.
I just happened to have been making it with bacon hamburger instead of regular.
What?
Because bacon hamburger is superior.
Mm-hmm. Is that ground meat with bacon?
It is essentially the same thing as ground meat, except it's made mostly with bacon and some meat.
Oh, mainly bacon.
It's a reminder
So
of
it
the
strongly
quiet
tastes of
power
bacon.
of faith. I'll remember this
And it is
forever,
delicious.
Stalker.
Nice. You can find more guys to fight.
Oh, never mind.
Hmm?
I thought you were coming up on the DLC. Which technically you are, but you can't access it yet.
Thanks.
Fuck, now I have to try and remember how to access it.
Mm-hmm. Switch this out for that.
You'll eventually get it.
Oh, it's kind of the same. Oh! Wait, that's so fun.
What, you enjoy etiquette?
The umbrella opening?
Yep. The name of the umbrella is etiquette.
Yeah, I mean, I was using the rapier anyway, so the stronger one, I think.
Yeah. The rapier is literally the first
Sing
weapon you
praise for a
had.
new
Anything
Satan has
stronger than it.
arrived. I Saint Andrus. Oh,
Oh boy.
we'll consecrate this land. Okay.
Time for the fun.
Okay.
Also, you want to know the best part of the etiquette? One of the fable things, I think it's LBY, or whatever your equivalent is. It blocks an attack. Just completely blocks it perfectly.
It does it give the same like red as the perfect guard?
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe I could have equipped that amulet then. Anyway. Ooh.
Hi, Mr. Priest Man.
Archbishop died and became this? Damn, look at our eyelashes. Ooh.
Well, that's a mask, though.
Look at our eyelashes.
I love how, in cartoons and everything, to make things more feminine, they give them longer eyelashes. Despite almost every man I know has longer eyelashes than most girls I know.
Yeah. Oh, we're in the middle of an ad break. Oops. Probably bad timing for this.
Apparently.
Oh, this looks fucked. Can I pause?
That's because it is fucked.
That doesn't pause. I don't know how to fight this thing.
I can tell you've done 148 damage so far.
Ah, Jesus. Oh, I'm against the wall. Dude, what?
Oh boy, that helped. The fact that you survived one of its attacks with literally 1 hit point.
Mm-hmm.
That man could have sneezed on you and you would have died.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Time to go use that quartz that I got. Maybe change my arm into the ranged one. To Hotel Krat! And maybe that guy will be there. Since I told him to go.
Ah, damn.
Hmm?
You could have lied to him too.
To tell him to go to Vanini.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I have to go to Vanini to talk to him, right? I don't know. Maybe I'll see him later.
He wouldn't leave until after you finish the boss fight, so.
Mm-hmm.
If it isn't my savior.
And I don't think he. No, he does. You beat the boss fight, and then you could go back to Vanini's, and that would go there.
Oh, he's here somewhere.
Yep. You know the puppet where you buy shit from?
I know my way
At the
around
main
a
desk?
weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to look at something?
The corridor to the right of him has the pirate hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Or the treasure hunter. That is not the main desk. Or a puppet.
I'm not looking for him.
I realized, but I saw that and I'm like, and it took me just like a second to register. So I had to say it out loud so I could register stuff.
Mm-hmm. When the fuck did I get a pipe wrench? When did I get this? Who are you people? Where did you come from?
I'd recommend going to the training yard and practicing with etiquette so that you're more used to it.
Nah, I'm just gonna keep on fighting the boss.
Fair enough.
But that guy sold me stuff, so I'm like, I don't want to lie to him. I'm like, actually tell you where it's safe. Oh my god, cat.
The thing you don't seem to realize, he
like
is
us.
a treasure. He is used to fighting.
Yeah, but doesn't mean I want to be a jerk to him.
And it doesn't matter what you do to him, he will sell to you no matter what.
Still doesn't feel good.
You'll change your mind about that later.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, I guess at this point, you probably shouldn't bother to try and go for the good ending.
How many more, like, times do I have to lie, though? I might end up with, like, a middle ending. Is there a middle ending?
There is.
Hmm.
If I'm remembering correctly, you essentially have to lie every time if you want the good ending.
Mm-hmm.
Though I might be wrong. And there are other ways to get the ending, so I guess you could theoretically still.
Hmm. What was the health?
You will not be able to get any new ones. You get it from, yeah, that thing. one you want.
It would be survival, right?
Does it not unlock until later? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, it looks like it. Nope, it's in. I do see it. It is in survival
enhanced
type.
pulse cell recovery.
Correct.
Nice. Then I'll get it later. Woo! Sick. Sorry about that table.
I'm curious. What's your favorite enemy design so far, including the what?
Favorite enemy design?
Is one slick
Yeah.
prototype. You think it's a
Because I know for a fact that your favorite friendly design is Sophia.
I like blue head ladies.
There you are, my boy. My savior, yes, that's the word.
I like the current enemy, but not the like one we're fighting. I like it when it's in like worm mode.
Without the factory,
Like centipede mode, because that's cool. I don't like the little blob that's fighting us.
My friend, you saved, well, all of us. But listen to me going on and on about my concerns, and I don't believe I've even introduced myself. Signor Lorentini Venigni, gentleman, bon vivant, and at the moment, utterly at your service, my friend. If the name Venigni rings
I'm currently
no bells,
trying to
perhaps
decide
you've heard
what
of
I think your
Graz,
favorite
Prince of
one
High
will be of
Society.
the game.
That is because they are one
Yeah.
and the same. Just two
like
of
a
the many
future
names
one.
I've collected in my 3 decades here
But
on Earth.
the one that
While
I
I
think
sincerely
would be
believe
your favorite
meeting
would be in
Venigni is its own
DLCs, though.
reward, I have not rewarded you in the
What
more
have I fought so far?
traditional manner.
I honestly can't even remember the first two.
Take this, my newest prototype.
I
It will
can't
be
remember
safe
the first
with you.
two. I remember
It's a grinder stone that keeps
the
granting special attributes to
like
the
fire
grinder.
guy, because
I hope you'll put
it was
to
the most
good
recent
use.
one, and then like this guy because I'm fighting him right now.
You fought the Parade Master, which was the giant robot with red suit and claws and people on his back.
I know my way around.
And then the giant police officer that was fucking spitting lightning at you.
Oh, yeah. No, probably the oven guy. He sucked, but he was cool.
Fair.
I hated that fight.
I find that very funny because it was the easiest fight for me, my first playthrough. Oh, I just thought of one of the main enemies that you might like from the DLC, or from the main game.
Alright, we'll find him later.
You will not see them for a long time, considering how often we play.
Yeah, we'll find him later.
By the way, you said October something was the next time you could play?
That's not the next time I can play, that's when I get back. So I'm gonna have to see like once I'm back when I am free after that. What the hell?
You can set your shit on fire.
Lisa, wire. Oh. It's not
You haven't made the
Fire
flamethrower
one.
still?
I thought I talked to this lady to make an arm.
No. It said Vignini machine. Vignini.
Then my eye
There,
just...
I will the furnace next to Vignini.
Flamethrower?
Yeah.
Let's go.
And because you have Legion blood as well, you can make pandemonium if you want.
Mm.
Or you can make the gun. I still fucking love that they're like, here, have a flamethrower. Here, have a gun.
Can install a motion sensing landmine. When the landmine is buried in the ground, it explodes upon enemy detected. Damn. Okay. 157, 100. Oh, so I block with the arm and then it explodes. Or
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah. Honestly, I would recommend the gun. Because that can allow you to avoid some annoying situations later on.
Mm-hmm. Falconized one?
Yeah.
Sick. I assume eventually we're gonna be able to get all of them though.
Correct. Although you can only fully upgrade a couple of them per run.
What the? Imagine Lies of Peeves instead it's me lying with your mom. Rostov something god hilarious. Doing okay there, Frakes?
I am unsure if he was speaking a foreign language or if he was just having a stroke.
Either or. I maybe drank a little. What the hell? So many people drinking. Nope. I'll go talk to her.
I'll use my power.
I fucking love the Flamberg design.
Hmm. Am I still slightly heavy? I won't be heavy. Planos reminded me of your chat. I think it's only because you're in there right now. Mm.
If you light, I believe it is 59% that's considered light.
Sorry, but just slightly heavy. Back to the boss fight. Yeah, I love boss fight. I think I'll fight this guy a few more times. Just to practice the fight, I guess.
That's fair.
And then we'll call in help if we need it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, because I want to use this arm.
Hopefully this time you remember about when relatively blocking, attacking Tyra.
Yeah, I gotta charge it to do that though. But sometimes it's
You're
hard.
at full charge.
Huh?
You're at full charge.
Oh, the LB plus Y?
LB plus Y, was that the one that you did last time?
For shield, it's one of the things.
I think it's just Y.
No, just Y is the attack.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anyway. Closer for that. Yeah.
I mean, you're doing better.
Mm-hmm. I got booty stomped.
Realizing that perfect parry against this guy is because you perfect parry most of the time to destroy their weapon. This guy doesn't have a weapon.
The perfect parry also reduces the damage that you take, so it's good anyway. Right?
And it also contributes to the stagger. So you have to perfect parry a lot in order for the stagger to take effect.
Although most of the time when they stagger, I can't get a charge attack in anyway, so it doesn't matter.
You should be able to. Game's designed so that every weapon, how heavy, should be able to get at least one charge attack staggered.
Gross. Bye. We're doing a bit better. If I can get out of this corner. Whoa. Bye, friends. Please stop chasing me.
Don't
Okay,
forget, you
bit better.
can set shit on fire.
Huh?
Don't forget you can set shit on fire.
The ground or him?
Him.
I gotta be kind of close to do it actually.
I guess you didn't equip the grindstone.
Hmm?
At the Stargazer, you should be able to switch your grindstone.
Oh, the fire grindstone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will.
But then I'll use it up, won't I?
Nope.
Huh?
That one is recharged every time you enter the Stargazer.
Huh?
That specific type works. It's abrasives that are one-time use, not grindstones.
Oh. Wait, can I?
No.
Yeah. That one?
Yeah. As long as it's at a Stargazer, it can.
So yes. Sick.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just the stream delay made it so it looked like you were checking your inventory for. I've got to keep remembering that what I'm seeing is in the past.
So there's a difference between X and then LBX. Weapon durability and grindstone. Okay. Let's test things out with this then. Alright, that's better when I'm far away. Takes a second. And my lock, please lock. Thank you.
The last one really was good.
Half the time I'm trying to do stuff in this game, I'm just like, oh, it's not happening.
I find that very weird considering how well it did. Maybe it's just glitchy on the computer.
Could also just be me not paying attention to stuff.
Also impossible.
Like I'm like, why can't I dodge it? And I have 0 stamina.
Oh shit. You get the what did you get with the Parade Masters? There we go. Okay.
So I'm not gonna use any of the great swords.
Okay, so the amulet, it makes it so that even at low stamina you're able to dodge.
Yep. But I equip it now.
I thought you were using an example because had generally not being able to notice you couldn't dodge because of your stamina.
That was before. Because I only just got the amulet from the guy. The man didn't even need to summon the guy.
Thanks to.
Yup. Even if I summon a guy, they're gonna die in phase 1. Oh my god, it's like birth. Wow.
Yes. Classic giving birth. Ripping open your back to Have your wings sprout and rib cage become a person.
Nah, that's the stomach. It's like C-section.
That is quite clearly its back.
That's its stomach. Its head is upside down.
And his arms are still the right way around.
Nah, that's a backstand.
And if that's its stomach, why does it have an ass on its body?
I'm not locked anymore.
Oh, I forgot how annoying lock on is for this part. Because you can lock onto one of the two bodies. And if it locks you onto the other one, it is super fucking annoying.
Why am I the only one? How come I can't understand him? Huh? Huh? Why is he speaking? Why? Why isn't he like the other people?
You find out later.
Interesting.
How much later? I don't remember.
Because we're at
So
the bad ending.
Probably long enough for you to forget that you asked the question. So.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Pickups.
Oh, bless you. Oh Jesus, where am I? What the fuck was that?
Did you just get grabbed?
My camera, every single time it does a charge attack, like it does the unblockable, it just goes underneath for some reason, and then I cannot tell where I am.
That's because you're standing underneath of him with you locked onto his head.
Nope, that was not far away enough for that.
Whee!
Round and around and around where we go, where we'll stop, nobody knows.
love how you just like do one of the box off for two.
Okay. Got this? Is it skippable? It is skippable. Yeah, at least they put us on the other side.
Good.
Oops. Bye-bye!
Keep an eye on your ability if you had decay.
Yep, I fixed durability and then I died, so.
I love how you reply in real time when I talk in the past. Because right as I said, be sure to check your durability, it finally caught up to the part where you actually did the durability.
Okay. I think I know what I'm doing, so we can do that.
Keep in mind all of the throwables do damage to him. It's just that fire does more.
Yeah. That's why I chose the fire one.
I know, I was telling you because you could theoretically bind all of them and just ban throw them.
Would I do that though? Would I do that, ignoring the fact that I already like used all of my, I think, the gear throwables on a different guy?
I have no idea why Ben's getting so much tonight. I do not have Tourette's. I don't know how I missed that. By the way, the weapon you get in this back is one of the ones that you've used.
Ah, okay. Sick. Hopefully it looks cool as well.
You can tell by all you have to do is hit that to use this to the boss weapon.
Oh.
That was great for us.
My god. Okay, fuck locking onto the duck guy.
I told you that guy. Yeah, Spectre will always use the weapon that the boss lost.
Oh my god. Ow.
7, 8,
If I could get close.
Remember when you said Spectre would just die in the first place?
That's what they did last time when I was fighting the fire guy. Yeah, the fire guy. But we killed it super quickly in the first phase anyway, because we did it so many times.
Still, you survived the entirety of the second phase, so.
Balls big ones. Don't come here and say balls big ones after you just finished watching fucking Mr. Feet. What's up, Marsh? Welcome back.
And now, the stage is set.
What if we modded this so that that was a plastic launch?
Which part? Throne. I still have delay and I don't have audio, so I don't know when you say.
Thanks, little guy.
I want to go back to the old Krat. The old me. Before the greed overtook.
Don't judge it. Don't question it or judge it. Nah, we're judging Marsh. I looked at the PAX World map. I haven't looked at the map, but I have looked at the events happening. What do I want? Capacity. Should I finally level up advance?
Depends. Do you plan on using a lot of weapons?
Nope.
Then it's essentially useless.
It's alright, fuck it.
I'd say leave that till last. If you bother at all.
Yeah.
One I recommend going with is either capacity or vigor.
Yeah.
Because capacity will allow you to use your legion armor and make you less heavy. So.
Also, what time do you think you'll be there by? Technically, I wasn't later to Animalga. Chris was later to Animalga, but let me check later, because there is something that I want to do that's kind of in the morning, but I can't remember exactly when it is. Wait, I didn't actually see the wolf guy in Hotel Krat. Is there though, isn't he? He is, yeah. Not wolf, yeah. German Shepherd. His head is on the thing. Where you at, guy? I
told you.
I want this weapon.
Past the main desk.
I walked here earlier though.
Oh, it's you.
He's here this time.
This hotel is... I am the Hound, a descendant of the city's most aristocratic families. Repaying debts is what we nobles do. Anyone with a worthy spirit is especially welcome. Accordingly, I shall give you the honor of laying eyes upon my treasure. However, you must prove your worthiness. For this legendary treasure...
Fuck you, treasure hunter.
The ego of a powerful enemy shall suffice.
I genuinely don't like
this. It's up to you
guy.
if you want to make the exchange. Take your time to admire it. I've certainly
Why
done
not?
likewise.
Spoilers.
Okay.
just know that you will come to hate him just as much.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you decide to play multiple times.
It's spoilers because you say you hate him. And
really.
now I'm like, now I want to know why.
Not really. If I say I hate someone, I could just hate them because I hate them.
No, but specifically the fact that you've gone, and you will hate him too eventually. Like, now I want to know why.
I only said you will eventually because you kept talking about how good he is. Or like how you felt bad lying to him.
Uh-huh. So, still.
Fair.
Hey, yo. Only just upgraded my umbrella though. Hold on. Let me pop this in here and we can test it out.
The good thing about the trident is it can slash and stab.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to just stab.
Whoa. Stab slash. Ugh. Is this a bit slower than what the other ones are?
Yes, but this is also one of the weapons that does like the most damage.
What in the fucking Aquaman is that? Trident, baby. Actually, I don't know what it's called.
You know that stock? Wow,
Yep, that's
I haven't. I'm so glad.
It's a
You're
trident.
not my looks. Give it away, don't they? Suffice it to say, my family was a house of weapons specialists. It's quite a reputation to live up to. But that's their reputation.
I'm just reading this quickly.
Not mine. And I suppose my only connection to them would be...
Can I help you with anything else? The reason that I came to talk to you actually was so that I could upgrade my weapon. How heavy is this? Wait.
I find that very funny. Because you're curious about why I hate the treasure hunter. And from the looks of it, you're gonna be skipping anything to do with him.
No, I read it.
It certainly did not look that way from stream.
I can read fast. It's fine.
Ah, yes. Spam A and read it in an instant.
It's the door. The door symbol.
I've still been reading. Yeah. You eager. So I just don't read out loud.
It's crazy how there are 2 people on stream but only I didn't want to read out your goddamn stuff. You're like if you want me to acknowledge your anxiety, I don't know. I didn't mean that. I mean the fact that your messages were like, I just want to figure out what's going on because I have anxiety, so I want as much info as possible, and then like
There's gotta be someone at the hotel who knows something.
be like, oh yeah, that sucks that you have anxiety. Oh, I don't know what you want me to do, man.
Who doesn't have anxiety these days? The world just gives us it.
Hmm. Marsh, is this your Genshin YouTuber? Was it YouTube? Oh, it was a video, so I assume.
Oh god. Is this the one that I think it is?
You took a lot for someone with a very flammable house. What the hell? I mean, I don't know. It's feet. Also, meant to call me calling you rude for showing up to Notre Stall after I left. No, I didn't. I went to Notre Stall in the morning when I got there, and then I was walking around with my sister. And then when Chris got there, we went back to the stall, and that's when you were there, and then we left. I literally waved goodbye to you when we were on the way to the door. What do you mean we went there afterwards?
Okay, it's not the one that I thought.
Is this an active trap?
What?
Yep.
Yeah. Be very careful with bear traps. At one point, I am going to specifically tell you there is a bear trap. Because I have never once not been hit by it because I'm always rushing through it.
I mean,
and I'm very,
if you can
I'm
tell me
very
with this
curious
stream
about-
delay.
Because straight up, at one point I always step on a trap because I'm always just like, oh yeah, there's nothing coming anymore, so. And then I get laughed at because I get hit trapped. And I want to see what happens if you don't.
Okay.
And I don't feel like playing for an 8th time just to see one interaction. 9th time. Would it be the 8th time?
Wait, what? I know you were there with your sister. I wasn't at the stall. To the con, just not the stall. I missed Notru's call. Huh? Huh? I'm so confused on what you're talking about, Marsh.
Once, Krot was just a small town on the coast of little importance.
Clearly he's talking
Before
about the stall.
Elysian Boulevard was built, this place literally was all there was of Krot. But when some in the
Smiling
city
Panama?
prospered, they left the old town behind.
Oh,
that's
Through
useful.
isolation and neglect,
You
Krot's
have found
first
the VOD
incarnation
too.
became nothing
Hell
but
yeah.
dangerous alleys and desperate slums. On the bright side, I guess, the whole city of Krot's pretty much like that now. The old town caught up with the new.
Now you know
It's true what
exactly
they
where
say.
you need to go
A receding
eventually.
tide sinks all boats.
Over there. There was a button in the other place that I don't think I ever activated either.
Which other place?
Back where we just were. Because there was a door I tried to open, and then it electroshocked me, and I was like, oh, I'm at the wrong place. Like, I have to be on the other side, and then I just never found the other side.
Fair enough, that happens. Usually it doesn't really matter because it's just a shortcut, so.
Mm. Oh, I wanted to sneak in. Ugh. These little guys are so weird.
The doggos are so cute, don't you agree?
Huh? Doggos are cute. She did not tell me about this. Are these bear traps?
No. It's not until near the boss fight.
Oh, okay. My only issue is I feel like there's gonna be a bear trap and then an enemy will appear. And then I'll like attack the enemy and then stand in the bear trap as I attack them.
You can also knock them into the bear trap and it sets them off.
Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe that's what the bear traps are for.
Oh no, they're for you.
Oh, look at him. That's a bear.
You can just use them.
That's a bear.
Yeah.
Oh, it saw me. Did it? Ooh! Ew! Ah, it's so gross. Ah!
I love the fucking zombie bears.
I always forget that that's what bear skulls look like underneath, and they're so gross. She yelled at you for missing the thing after we left. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Because we didn't miss you. We saw you. Please disregard everything I've said for the last 20 minutes. Marsha, I was so fucking confused about what you were talking about. See ya. Is this entire area connected?
Yes.
This is so many
It
bear
is.
traps. Okay. I'm like worried that I'm going the wrong way. Not anymore. Ooh, okay, so this is down here. Am I missing anything? So that's what concerns me about places like this, where everything's like woven into each other. Did I miss a path? I don't think so. We did down and left, down and right, same thing. We go down here and then right. Yeah. I'm honestly butterfly surprised that I'm like finding as many bear traps as there are. Because usually I would just walk into all of them while running through the area. I've been lured in by the shinies. Hey, hi. What's up, junk? How we doing? Are you finally free from work? Ooh. Just... You fucked your tire? Wait, what? You need to go get a new one. You're not supposed to be driving on this bear. Dude, how the hell did you fuck your tire? One turn you had a guy up your ass and he followed you home. Oh, that sucks. I get this guy to follow me into the traps. Ooh, if I can fucking move. You weren't that close to it? You hit a pot plant or something? Pot plant or a pothole? There's only the way that's damaged, thankfully. Hey, nice. Rubber missing from the side on hubcap tires went. As long as the rubber isn't down to the threads, I think. But it might still be bad. 'Cause it'll be a weak point in your tire. Ah, okay. Oh my god! Well, now you both get to go to the mechanic. GG. Oh my god. Turn around, bro. Was it? That's his swag. I might just ring the mechanic and ask if he can buy me a new tire. Engine myself. Yeah, changing a tire is not too bad. It's just the fact that tires themselves are fucking expensive. Probably shouldn't have done that. Anyway. There we go. Heal up. Finish this weapon. Probably should do this. I take my ties off every now and then to rotate them. So it's not bad. It's annoying though. For real. Ah, this looks like where my shortcut is, maybe? All I know is it was in a wooden house. Oh, maybe not. Mm. Oh, that's not too bad then. My goddamn tires are so expensive because apparently the Mazda has like is the only car that uses this specific type of tire. So obviously they'll charge more for it. Dumb. That was stupid. Where am I? Shit. Why am I always finding the wrong sides of the goddamn checkpoints? Up we go. Oh no, where is up? Oh, yeah, actually. Hey! Let's go, boys. Hell yeah, I don't have to go through the bear again. There was a door here though, wasn't there? I wonder if I could walk my way out. Oh, sure can. Oh yeah, upgrade material. Okay, done I guess. There is even treasure to be found in a collapsing shack. Find out. Yeah. What happened to the greedy couple? Oh? The only greedy one I know right now is the Archbishop. He was like, my greed. I don't think Bishop would have a wife. Any of you start moving, I'm gonna use it. Woo! The fuck is that? Jesus. my god. That was so annoying. At least we unlocked the checkpoint though. Not checkpoint, shortcut. Actually, it wasn't too bad. I don't know if I like this weapon or not. Huh?
I was talking most of that time.
Oh!
Completely forgot I was muted.
Yeah, I didn't know why you were muted, so I didn't say anything. Ew.
But yeah, you had gotten to that area and started freaking out, and the stream finally caught up to you looking at the area, and I'm like, I know exactly what's happening.
Having a spam attack and then a red at the end is bullshit. What the hell?
Unfortunately, that happens a lot.
Dude, I'm staggered because of the spam. I can't dodge the undodgeable, like, unblockable thing anyway. Ugh. We win these. We don't win these. She gets activated for some reason. Okay. Don't have to deal with that, thank God. These things really fucking kill weapon durability though. Holy.
Oh, they absolutely do, yeah.
Oh my god. Where the fuck did she come from? Ah! It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever, you know. Wake up. Wake up. Come here. Die. Okay. And then go. Hi Alyssa, how you doing? I'm sorry if I'm not gonna be able to talk much. I'm in a really annoying spot right now.
Yeah, you have ladders you can use.
I know, but I want to kill him now.
I realize that. But you also have a ranged weapon to use from said ladders.
I did shoot him before. Oh, let me run, please. Wait. What the fuck is it locked on? Okay, there we go. Ew, okay. Ew. Why does it keep on locking onto that random thing over there? I am not pressing that.
Honestly, I have no idea. It's another thing that I've never had happen to me. So I think this just confirms that it's more glitchy on PC.
Maybe. Oh, I'm gonna die again. Ah! Anyone here I can kill? Nope.
Got so close.
One day we'll get there.
One day.
Yeah. Alright. I want to see where that other one is coming from. Oh, it's you. Yeah. Okay. ow, 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 ow. Pain. What was that? That wasn't even fucking near me! Yeah. Ah! Thank God.
Congrats on your victory.
Yeah, there was nothing out there, was there? Is he a special enemy or is he gonna come back every
Yes,
single
he
time?
is a special enemy that will not respawn.
Thank God, bro. If I die and have to go through there again, I think I'd just bait him away and then run.
Fair.
Or not, I guess.
Just out of reach.
Good morning! Look who finally woke up. What's up?
Morning person whose name I can't read.
What you mean finally? Finally? This bitch went to sleep at 5:30. Oh! Chris being here reminds me of something. BRB, 1 second. And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. This person's gonna
So
be
what exactly did Chris remind you of?
Oh, I had laundry to hang up. Yes, it's still open. That went better. Yeah, I think the lock is good when it's a boss and not so much when there's a lot of people around.
I'd have to agree with you there. A boss or a mini boss are the two that I'd use it with.
Mm. Yeah. These guys aren't taking... I think in the previous section it only took 2 hits from this one to take them out. It's like 3. And my weapon durability! So sad. It's down here. Ooh, mysterious ladder. Anything on this side? Something on that side. We gotta go back there later. It's gonna break. Can I swim? It's fine.
No, you cannot swim, and no, it will not break, probably. I would have laughed if you accidentally walked off into the edge.
I think I would have just quit. Alright guys, stream's over, bye.
I also just realized... Actually, never mind.
Mm-hmm. Surprised these ladders are still functional.
Fair.
Ugh! Ah! What the fuck is that? Dude.
That would be the next special enemy.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2. We have a schedule update for the intruder. It's time. Tonight!
This one's fairly easy to deal with, though. Why did you just try to shoot it while it was charging at you?
Don't worry about it.
I also love that you keep forgetting about your flaming. LPX.
Oh. I was trying to get behind the tree, man. Special intruder. Aww. But
I did tell you that it's much easier to fight that one, so.
Yeah. I have the rabbit thing though. So, where the hell is that guy? Kiss me like a man.
Now, here's a safety reminder for all the malcontents of the Marlin district. A nasty puppet has invaded our territory. Be careful.
How do you know I'm a puppet? Huh?
Your next fight shall be crafty.
Crafty.
Gravity.
Oh. To fall into a pit. Oh. Oh, there's the pit. Imagine if there was a stargazer. Wouldn't that be awesome? Nice. Okay. Ooh, I do not like how I'm landing on the very edges of these platforms.
I did say it's gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait till you have to land on the beam.
The beam's fine, at least it's going the whole way. Oops.
Yes, but if you're off by a little bit, it will push you off as if you didn't land it.
Hmm.
Which is very stupid design.
Go here.
The beam.
Yeah, there's another one to land on the other side, so I was looking at which platform to fall onto. Yeah.
I was also pointing out the other beam. Because there was 3 choices to go.
Mm-hmm. But if I fell directly onto the beam, it's too far. I would have gotten injured. I already got injured because I fell too far. Welcome to Territory of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Remember, anyone who fails to pay the protection fee on time is headed straight for the coffin. Oh. So the red rabbits have been replaced by these guys?
Red rabbit?
There were red rabbits. Talking about it earlier. No?
Are you talking about the rabbit mask, or the grave, or the door, or...
I have no idea. Just whenever the game said red rabbit.
I do not remember it ever saying... I remember red fox.
Okay. Must have read wrong.
Or I could just have shit memory, which is highly likely.
Mm-hmm. Or it's my first time experiencing the game, so I read wrong. Could be anything.
Both of them could be right.
Mm-hmm.
I could just not remember it, and also you could have read it wrong.
Do I have extra ergo? I do. Sweet. I can level up something else. Hello!
Oh, I saw you go into the factory. But you're here. So, Wait.
Let's go!
You came out of the factory? That's a new one.
I thought you would have been burnt to a crisp. But look at you. All intact.
I was burnt to a crisp
Brother,
multiple times.
Being too frank is rude. We should praise him for being stronger than he looks. Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
They're the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. The baddies who torment the residents around here.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure. And it's a good time to liberate this place as well. Pretty sweet deal, don't you think?
All you have to do is create a distraction. That's it. The rest we can handle.
So, you gonna do it?
Sure.
Smart choice. Look at our smart friend, Gato.
We're no slouches in the fisticuffs department in a pinch. You lead. We'll bring up the rear and watch for hidden threats.
You lead. I don't know where I'm going. So yeah, let me check this.
What do you think? Not bad, eh? Our new dumbass.
Oh, you dumbass. I don't like that. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn. You need help? You good? Okay. Really fucking going at that guy.
You get to the dining room.
Come in. Alright.
They really like attacking the same enemy. And going prostitute.
I had to look. I'm like, he's dead, guys. He's gone. I think you did it.
Now all I can think of, he's already dead. You want some of what he's having?
Ooh. What are you? Damn, it's so easy when there's 3 people.
Barely even got touched by that one.
Oh, they're coming down here too. Sweet. Like, we'll follow your lead. I'm like, I fell down here on accident. Are you alive? No. Thank God. Just got jump scared by seeing him out of the corner of my eye. In. Okay, we go around the side. Very nice, very cool. Dude, the place looks so cool. Like the map.
I really do enjoy their environment. They did really well.
Whoa, hold up. It's been a while since I worked like that. I got aches, you know? And I wouldn't want to cramp your style. I'll take a breather here and catch up
keeping
later.
an eye on the ground because a lot of this area looks the same, so I can't tell you exactly when the bear trap comes.
Okay. Oh, they're both staying. Mm-hmm. Is it a hidden one or is it pretty much in the middle of the road?
I genuinely do not know, because literally every single time it's gotten me was because I'm like, oh, I've gotten past all the bear traps. I know it's coming up, but I do not know where.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, there hasn't been a bear trap in a while, huh?
Here's a news bulletin.
Which
This
is why it
just
will
in.
always
The
get me.
intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will
Gives
be
you a
waived
false
for
sense of
anyone who hunts
security,
it
and then,
down.
gotcha.
What a deal! Now hurry up and run, you idiots!
Is that the guy? Field guy again? Is there a way to get up to those ones so that it can kill them, or no?
There is. All you have to do is run past the big guy so you can get to a ladder behind. Or you could shoot them from the ground while risking.
Oh, there's nothing in here. Woo! Okay, no, I can't go that way. Oh, right. Wrong side of that door. Ladder. Ah, yeah. Butterfly now? Inconvenient if anything. Man. Over there. Okay. Ah! Where am I? This is fine. This is not fine. Where? What? Yeah, there's a lot of bear traps here. A ladder? How the fuck do I get out?
Do you not see the wide open area? Go back to the wagon and dodge in.
Oh. I was trying to break it earlier and I couldn't, so I was like, I guess I can't break it.
I was laughing because you were trying to break it by attacking the cart above the wagon.
Stone ball. Okay. Any more roof wanna break? I get up there? Nope.
It was awful laughing at the fact that you're like, oh, there's nothing in here as you were looking at a chest.
Well, I know that chest is in there. I meant like no way for me to go in that.
Yeah, but it was still coming.
Yeesh. Hip weapon. Into that from nope. Over here maybe? Yes, 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 yes. Oh. Goodbye, lady. She took my fucking path with her. You bitch. Hmm? What?
When you have the break effect, do not try and heal.
Oh.
It lowers the amount you get healed by when you use the health stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I should let you know. Please don't make that one.
Yeah, yeah. Ow! God damn, he hits hard! Ah, can't get me up here. Is there a way to get over to those side over there? Probably later. I don't really want to deal with that guy, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's just one attack.
Yeah. At least I'm gonna attack some other people so I can get some heals. We are hurting, holy. A phone?
Another fine day in the city of
Oh my god, it's this guy!
my friend, just where you've been? I hope my return isn't too unexpected. It seems that our fates may be interconnected. Now, do pay attention. You won't want to miss when the king of all riddles says, "Riddle me this."
Let's go.
I stand tall and proud when I'm young and bold, but I'm short and humble once I've gotten old. What am I?
Constrictor?
Did you cheat?
What?
Are you cheating? Better not be cheating. You're irritatingly good at this. Or am I? Impossible. I am the king of riddles, and you are just, well, you.
Wait, I see another window with a light on.
You're either very lucky, improbably bright, or more likely, you're cheating. But I would never level such an accusation in a culture disputes. I'm the king of riddles, not the king of swordplay. You know, I wonder, perhaps it's your connection to Candle. Because the answer is, right? You get it, but you're not feeling violent. Huh. Even better. It's as good a time as any to grant you this boon. Now, take your new key and say, give me some room. I can tell you're enjoying these times that we spar. I take leave of you now, but don't go too far.
This guy's wacky. Another secret door key. Let's go. I can open that door from this side, can't I? Yep, I'm gonna do that first before I fall down. Now we run away! I wanna get up there though. To get up there though. Go talk to that person. Oh, parkour. Fucking nailed it. Let's go! Okay. Yeah. Somewhere? No, I think it's just this guy in here. Maybe I can get to the roof later. Yoga. I have enough to heal, thank God. Where are they gonna jump out of? Yep. There we go. I can redo game when you're offering shinies. Ew, completely missed that. In here? Oh yeah. Oh my god, an actual dog? I'll break that one. Wait! More open windows. Oh. Uh-oh. This is getting laggy for some reason. Maybe it's the rain. Let me see if I can fix this. Ah. Was it that one? Oh my, can you attack, please? Jesus. I am so far away from a stargazer. Oh god. That's Red Lobster. Oh, this has a the stick mark to the other place. Oh. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it fits through the door. Holy shit. Okay, kill that guy. I have health. Oh! Fuck! Go past him and attack the wall, baby. I'm so far away. It's right there. It's right there. Where the hell did my friends go? I don't know if you can call them friends. Buddies. I think I'm gonna hear this screaming in my sleep. I hate these guys. Fine, just run through it all. Maybe not that one. Yep. Hated that. Is there anybody else? Okay, there's you. Aw, man. Attacked her just as my fire ran out. Things and stuff. Nope. Checkpoint. Please. Let's go. I have to run through that entire thing again. Fuck yeah. Pretty house guide. Oh. Other places I wonder how I get to. Oh, it's those two.
Looking good. Who'd have thought we'd make it this far? You've got all kinds of skills. Hey, everything went smooth as silk. And you know me, I don't impress easy.
Sure, but I gotta ask, you really gonna take on the Black Rabbit Brotherhood by yourself?
Well, it's not like I can do much else. I gotta progress the game. What is happening? Oh. Oh, the audio is doing weird things. Ew. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Why is that breaking? Discord is being weird. And then this is also being weird. Oh, that's not good. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I cannot hear anything that Draki is saying. Hello? At least the thing is green now. Okay. Hopefully it's fine. Okay. Wait, is that a fucking boss? Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeesh. Okay. Fuck, the boss is multiple people. This is worst case scenario. Oh, they look so cool though. Ah, and there's the coffin. Does it say
Bring
liar?
it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
To be fair, I have not lied that much. Maybe we do this one.
Mighty fun, there's that kid up there. So much fun.
It's been a while since I put anyone 6 feet
I have to fight multiple people at the same time. This is the worst. I hate this. Okay, let me see. Can I level anything up? Maybe I change the arm to be fire? Nope. I only need a bit more ergo. Go fight some other guys. Change this arm to fire. Grindstone can still be fire as well. Okay. Get some ergo. It's only 61. Oh. What's in here? Oh, you. I'm covered in juice. Ew. 5,000. Okay. 5,600. How much do you have? Nice. Okay. Let me put this here so I can use it. There we go. Go back and pick up my other ergo. Then we should be okay. forgot where this is. Down here, right?
Hey, what's the big idea leaving us behind? Oh, I knew we shouldn't trust them. Let's get out of here and give those lousy bums the business.
You a real one. You're a real one, Jiminy. Alright, let's go back here. Wayo! Let's level up. Even if I do this, I'm still slightly heavy. Just do technique. If I attack more, if I do more damage, it's good, right? It's like, oh, maybe they'll find me one-on-one. Maybe that'll be nice. Nope. Nope, never. And equip that. Equip that. Maybe I'm gonna have a throwable. Maybe not. Do they have any status things? I don't think so. Maybe just do this. It's easy to swap. Okay.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Oh shit! Dude, what the fuck?
It's been a while since I've brought anyone 6 feet under. Rest in peace.
Chris said he's fucking hungry. I didn't know your name was Hungry. Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Are you not hungry? No, I already ate. Thanks for offering, though.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I'm just gonna ignore that now because I don't know what to say. Oh shit. I was so at his back. Oh, now we need to use 3. Can you run, please? Maybe the fire's not doing much. I guess we are standing in water. Oh. Attack! Hello? Oh, I might need to switch controllers. I don't think it's working. No? Okay. I don't know what that's about. Haha. Switch weapons? I don't think I'm gonna use that one. Maybe we put this back to being the rapier. Arm. Okay, switch the arm out as well. Or electricity. Needs to build up. Maybe. Nope, I do not want them closer to me. Never mind. I'll take this one. Okay. Hopefully that can make a difference. I love running past this guy every single time. He is fucking terrifying. Lost ergo recovered. Alright.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Fucking run! Is he head butting me? Jesus. Okay. Ah. Woo. Oh. My camera changes that. I hate that. That explains a few things though.
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
What the hell? Oh, I'm not making this. Jesus. Ow! Run! Run!
Come on! You played nice with the others. Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet?
Ow! Holy shit!
Alright. Demonstration.
God damn! Maybe I summon the spirit for this one. Oh. It's kind of hard to get through to the people and see the different rounds when I die in the first one. Fuck that spear guy though. Holy. I could also maybe upgrade my arm. I have to go back to the hotel for that. Use a star fragment? Yes! Please!
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my
What is mine? Mine! Root for me, brothers!
Ow. Yeah, if they have multiple people, we have multiple people. Ow.
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
And away I run. Ow. Holy shit. Heal. Do that. Do this. There we go.
It's my turn!
Ah! Ah! Bad. That only got me here? Okay. This might be bad. Jesus Christ. Thank God. I don't have any heals though.
So this is Japan.
Fuck, he's not dead.
Huh?
Oh, he is dead. Oh!
What he's doing?
Get away and heal, get away and heal. too much. Oh, he's got an arm. Yeesh. Got one too, buddy. Ow! Fuck! Oh, one more hit, I'm out. Shit.
Been a while since I've let anyone 6 feet under.
Kind of better. Okay, let me see if I can go upgrade some stuff. How much ergo do I need for this? Have any here? Yeah. 5,900. Okay. I could honestly probably go get this ergo back and then take down the people in that room and might have enough. Hola! Take my ergo, goodbye. I need to time my other things better. Whoa! Why are you here? Okay, I guess you are. I don't actually hit him. And there was one more guy. Was there? There was another one at the door, wasn't there? Yeah, I can't be bothered. Can I? I still need more. Fuck. La la la. And away we go. It feels so much faster when I'm fighting not the bosses. Yeah. Go back. Then do this. And then go out. And then go back. Honestly, it reminds me of those guys from Get the Fuck Out. I guess you can kind of fight them the same way, like if you manage to sneak up on them. Ooh, stuff fragment. Nice. Okay, what can we do here? Level up, maybe capacity again? I'm still slightly heavy. And then let's go back to the hotel and see if I can upgrade that arm. Honestly, I might have to end soon. We are coming up to 5 hours. I got some stuff to do. Oh, that's such an unsatisfying place to stop. Yeah. Gun arm. Oh, I need a Legion caliber. Man. Any other things I can change that might help? Max HP. Honestly, that might be good to have instead. My weapon durability goes down. Oh, weight limit? Oh, I'm not heavy anymore. Have any upgrades for this? Yep. Kind of. That one's the same. I have never find another one for this. Civil items. Shoot. Costume's gotta stay. Alright. Let's try this a few more times. And then I might have to go. Yeah. Gotta work on that perfect parry timing. See? They really remind you of the get the fuck out enemies, huh? BTFO. Okay. There's not really any use in me having both these. Actually, this one does more damage. No, wait. Nope. Might as well. So then at least I can switch from one to the other if one is super dead.
You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Boy is mine! Mine! Root for me, brothers!
Ow! Holy shit! I gotta do some healing. Go! Right.
Oh no!
Yes! Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet?
Ooh. Time to do that. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Why are you here? What the fuck? Oh, is it based off of, his health and not when the others go down? Oh, get me out of here. Ow! Fuck. Ooh. Oh, where am I? Ah!
You bastard. You're a sweeper.
Oh my god! Fuck. Ah! I had stamina, why didn't it sprint? Okay. We can't take out the big guy too fast because he'll bring the other people. Might be able to though. Throwables. Don't have many of these. Fire canister's not really any use right now. Electricity, maybe? Might hurt me though. I don't think I have anything I can put here. Dust, Fable Charge, Special Resistance, Legion Magazine. Oh, maybe? Okay. We got this. Because if I can recharge Falcon Eyes, at least I can shoot more. Summon help. And my ergo. Alright, let's go.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Please, mine! Mine! Root for me, Bobby!
There were so many points in there when I could have gotten the backstory. That's annoying. Can I do one now? Yes!
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
What? Why are you concentrated on me? Oh. Okay. Oh, this is fine. Focus on this guy. Ow! Can I get behind? One person. Ow! Oh my god. Oh, my specters almost dead. I'm having you. Thanks for coming. It's not what I wanted to do.
Finish this.
Jesus. Okay. If I can get hits, we can win. Ooh! I thought I was fucking dead. I am fucking dead. Shit!
Gotcha. I'll make sure to recycle your past.
I think we have to leave this boss for another day. I have stuff that I've got to do. Man, I was really hoping that we could take 2 down again. Yeah. That means I have to start next time with a boss. It's fine. You guys want some chill stuff? There is a demo, I think it is, for a really cute sledding game that one of my friends is playing. So I might send you over to Stellar Sama for that. Thank you, Draki, for joining me. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know what Discord did, but I couldn't hear you in the middle. It should be fine now, though. But thank you for joining again. We'll do Lies of P again next time. And next time is next month, because I will be busy until then. But yeah, I'm gonna save here, and then gonna send you guys for a raid. I suppose, right? There we go. Copy the message, say hi to Stella for me. And I'm gonna probably raid and run because I got some stuff to do. God, I haven't streamed in ages, and then I did a 7-hour stream and now like a 5-hour stream. Oh, and then you're not gonna see me again for 2 weeks because I'm going somewhere. That's fine. I see you guys next time. Thank you so much again for coming by. See ya.